Hello and welcome. My name is Jim and I'm a Unity developer. I am currently working as a freelancer on Upwork. In this series, we will be developing a login and register system for your game in Unity. This is a very important part of the game development because it contains information for the user which will be playing the game. Now, the games that require this kind of systems are FPS games, first-person shooter games, third-person shooter games, MMO games, RPG games, you name it. So we will be talking about the setting up GUI elements in Unity. We will be placing UI elements in Unity for the login and register. Then we will be doing the login system logic, which will be C# programming, core programming, and all the logic for the login and register. Then we will proceed to, upon finishing the login system, then we will be writing PHP scripts and server-side SQL database queries. Also, as we approach the end, we will be wrapping up and testing our system and think of possible optimizations, how we can improve it, and also project recap and answering possible questions. The tools that we are going to use are Unity, SQL Server Database, and PHPMyAdmin. Hello and welcome. In this session, we will be setting up our UI elements in Unity, which means that we are going to place all of our images and templates for the login and the register, also the input fields where we can type informations, and later on store it into our database. So in the next video, in this session, we will be taking care and building this UI. Of course, you can think of ways how to improve this UI and how to make it more appealing. Maybe if you're developing some kind of particular game like MMO, or maybe Battle Royale game, maybe first-person shooter game, you can change these templates to match the game that you're developing, and maybe change the buttons, also the background. These templates are mine and I have made them for you if you don't want to make them from scratch, but if you wish, you can do that and no problem. Also, the animations for the login and the register are included, so you don't need to worry about that. And also you can change the animations if you have some knowledge in animations. Maybe you can do some stuff with the buttons and make it more appealing after all. So stick around and let's start it with building our UI. Hello and welcome to our first login system tutorial. The first thing that we are going to do is create two empty objects, and I'm going to rename them to login and register. Now I'm going to create a UI canvas and put my two login and register game object into the canvas and reset the transform. Next thing I'm going to do is apply my animations. So add component, animation, also for the register. Then go to animations. You will find these animations which I previously made for you on the website. Now go to login and put the login show animation and make a array of 2 elements, and the first element will be login show and the second one would be login hide. Same thing for the register. Register show and register hide. So the next thing I'm going to do is to, in my login game object, I'm going to make an image, and same for the register UI image. Now I'm going to rename this as base, because that's going to be the base for our UI. Now in textures I have included the sprites and UI that we need. It's very important when you import the pictures that you go here and from default make them to sprite 2D and UI and hit apply. Now into the login, just drag the login template into the source image, and same for the register. Now I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. All right. So now next thing to do is make our input fields. For the login we have 2 input fields. The first one would be username, and the second one password. Under password game object in input field, it's very important to make the content type to password. And now we will change here the character font also, so it would look more appealing, something like this, and change the font size to maybe 20. I'm going to take my username and drag it here, also the password here. But since we have our template from Photoshop that I also have included in the source files, we won't need any color. So just like that, and won't need a source image. And let's see if that works. No, it doesn't. Just let's see what we have done right here. Maybe just change the color, the alpha channel. Now in the placeholder I'm going to say enter username Also change the color. Same thing for the password. Enter password. Also the color of the text. Maybe the placeholder should have a little bit of transparency, so maybe 213 on the alpha channel. And let's see how that works. Okay, I think that the text should take all of the space. Just don't forget to make it around the corners, because you will have problems and the text won't appear as you want it to appear. And now let's see if this works. Okay, we have our input fields for the login. Now we would need the toggle here to remember me later. So under login, create UI toggle. Change the background and also the label. Remember me. Maybe the color. Also the font. And we are done. Now we would need two buttons here. UI button. The way I do my buttons is I select none source image and give it a shadow. Something like that. I will change the name to login and also the text login. Now we will have another button for which we will use it to have our register game object and have the animations for that object to play when we hit the button. So next thing, I'm going to make another button. I'm going to give it the name or register and change the text to or register. Give it a bigger font, change the source image. You might also play with the color here, for example, something like that. Now for the, also give it a shadow, like for the login, 0, -3. Or maybe we can do just the text here, so when we click on the text it would play the animation for the register. That would be the way I will do it. You can do it as you wish. So gonna change the color and make the text bigger, like something like 24. Also we can play with this, let's say now I'm going to make a text which will say login to the center. Change the name to login. Also change the font. And now we have finished our login setup. Now we will go with the register. We have our base. We will need 4 input fields. So just duplicate, select the both and duplicate. This will be username, email, password, and password. Change the color for all. Now align them to the template. Password, repassword right here. Also change the font and color. I will make my Roboto regular because I enjoy that font very much. Change this to 20, Roboto regular, and now same as we did for the login, we are going to make the same changes in the register. Just drag and make them align the input field, the placeholder, and also the text. Right. Next important thing, as we did for the login, is to make the password content type to password. Okay. Also drag it so it will fill all the place. Same for the username. Okay, now here the placeholder would say something like enter username, enter valid email. Here we would have enter password and retype password. Okay. Let's check if it works. We can add a button here that will register us. So let's do that now. UI button. Source image none. Change the color, maybe the same color, just copy the hex color and apply it here. Also maybe the width and the height, I will do it like 125 by 40. Same here. Now change the font and also the size. Register. And also another button. I will just rename this one to register. Duplicate. And I will call this maybe back. So when we press on this button, because our register game object will be here, so when we click register, then the register game object will appear, and when we click back it would go back, so just the login game object would stay in the scene. This would be out of the canvas and the user won't be able to see it. Now what's remaining here would be to rename the back button to back button maybe, and also give it a text, or maybe I'm just going to duplicate the login text, drag it I'm sorry, into the register and rename it register. It's very important to have it in the register hierarchy, because we would have the animations for the whole game object, and when we click or register, the whole game object would appear and disappear. So it's very important to have this exact hierarchy. Now I'm going to change the text to register. Make it a little bit bigger so it does look nice. Also change the login a little bit, align everything as you wish. It's not really big of a deal. Now give it a shadow, -3, 0 on the X. Also for the back button, give it a shadow, 0 on the X and -3 on the Y. So we are all set up right now. I'm just going to add the background. So go in canvas, right click UI image, give it a name, background, hold Alt and click so it, and give it, grab it and hold it, and also it should be below canvas so it appears behind login and register. Okay, now for the background I have also included a background image. Just drag it, and if you wish you can change the transparency or give it some darkness or light. Okay, I'll give it a transparency, so this is how it would look when we have the both game objects into the scene. When we click back, this game object would go out of the canvas so we can't see it. And this would be for this tutorial. We have set up our UI elements. Now the next thing would be to write the C# core logic, so we would be doing a lot of coding and programming in the next tutorial, so please watch and be aware of the all the time, so you have it all the time in your mind and you can think about it. Maybe you can think of possible optimizations and things like that. Bye. Hello and welcome. In this video we will just put something that I forgot in the previous video, which is go to canvas UI and select the image. This will be the loading image that will we will later attach a C# script which will rotate this image and also have a server state, so we can know what the server is doing at the moment, whether we register or whether we log in. Now also make UI text. I'm going to call this server state. Also give the image name like loading anim, and under canvas create empty game object, name this login. The position should be right here somewhere where we will have our loading state. Now take the server state and loading anim and make them children to the login, or maybe loading. Yes, that would be a better name. Loading. Now first of all I'm not going to make them children now. First position them to the right place where I want them to be. Give them some different color maybe that will stick around, and now maybe another font. Also make the font bigger. Delete the text, or maybe just some text that we would know how long would the string be. Maybe this long, and into the center 25. Okay, this is fine. Now also for the loading image I have included a loading image, and just go and make it sprite. apply. So here it is. Apply it to the source image and it should look something like that. Now of course we should delete this text because it will be controlled by the script and give us information from the server side, but we will do that later. So just erase everything there, and now we can position the loading game object somewhere here in the center, would be ideally. Now take those two elements and drag them into the loading game object. Now for the loading anim, we should just give it alpha color 0 because we shouldn't see it first, but then when we register or log in or just go into another scene when we successfully log in the first level of the game, we will see this and we will control it by a script. So that would be also, we can add another image, make it stretch throughout the whole canvas, and give it a name, black screen or black background. This would be the image that we will show when the login is successful and we want to take the user to the first level. So it's really important that we have black background. Also this would be controlled by a script. And now just go into textures folder or whatever your folder is and drag the background. Now the background is black because we gave it black color, and everything is set up. Just disable the game object. And thank you for watching. This would be the last video where we are dealing with UI elements. Now in the next session we will be writing a lot of code for the login and also register logic, core logic, also some few other scripts that will take care of the animations for these two game objects, also for the loading that we have done now for the server state and the login anim. And it would be fun. Stick around and see you in the next tutorial. Thank you for watching. Bye. Hello and welcome to the second session of our project, where we will be coding our login system logic for the login and the register. Also we will be doing some other stuff as saving the info for the player. Also we will be writing a script for login manager, so how we will handle the login stuff, some loading effects, and couple other scripts that are going to check for the user and see if he has valid email or everything is fine. So all the core logic for the login and the register will be handled in this session, and maybe if we have left something out, we will finish it in the third session, which is dedicated to finishing the login system here in Unity. So stick around and see you in the next videos. Bye. Hello and welcome, and in this video we will be coding our core logic for the login system. So first create a C# script and we will give it a name, login manager, and wait a few seconds until it opens up. So essentially in this script we will be writing all of our logic for the animations and for text manipulation, for the loading effects. Everything will be here in this script, and we will control everything from this script. So here we are. Now let's delete all of that and let's start. So first of all, I'm going to make a public delegate void login, and I'm going to give it a name, login event, which will take parameters like string name, string email, integer status, and integer or maybe string IP, because we will need the IP address. Also, let's make a public static login event, and let's give it a name, on login. Okay, so now first I'm going to make a variable public, which will be public static also string, and I'm gonna give it a name, IP. Also, we won't have any value. Next thing I'm gonna do is so we have better, some kind of nicer look in the in our inspector, I'm going to write header references, and here all the references will be below. So public game object, player info, also I'm gonna have here public animation, login animation, my public animation register animation, also public animation info animation. So that will be for the animations, and one game object, player info. Next, I'm gonna make another header, and here I will have my IP settings. So I will have variables like public boolean get IP on awake equals true. So I'm giving it initial value as true. Now another header, UI. So I'm gonna have all my UI elements here, which are from type public text description equals null, Also static text description, but with capital D, also equals null. Or maybe I'm gonna have this as description with capital D, and this will be the script with underscore. Next, I'll have public image black screen, capital S so it separates. And last but not least, header scripts and their references. I'll have my public, so I'll have a script that's gonna take care for the loading effect. For this effect right here, that's gonna that's gonna do the loading. So I'm gonna have public loading effect loading, and that's gonna be also null. Now I'm gonna make that script here, create script loading effect, and we have it now. So also public static loading effect, and give it a name, loading cache, also null. We're giving initial values so we don't, because we don't know what's in memory, maybe some other value, and it's gonna interfere with our scripts and everything. So it's very safe to have a value as null, because it's much safer than just going without it. Now I'm gonna make public const string. It's gonna be type string, and we will store here the saved user. Give it initial value username. Also have my private values down here, so I'm gonna make a comment, maybe private values. I'm gonna have my private boolean, which I'm gonna give it a name, in login maybe, equals true. So when we check if it's logged in, then we will let the user log in. If something is wrong, like the username or password, we will change this variable to false, so he won't be logged in. Also private boolean show info, which will be false by default. And private, also I'm gonna make another script right here. This script will take care of the saving info for the player and saving it on the server in our database. So I'm gonna have private save info. I'm gonna give it a name, save info, equals null. Okay, so next thing I'm gonna do is my void awake method, which will first we will say IP equals string dot empty. So if loading is not null, I'm gonna say loading cache equals loading. Next, if get IP on awake, and I'm gonna have a coroutine here, which will be called it's gonna be get IP. So I don't know, maybe just leave it like that, or maybe I will forget, so let's do it right now. Start coroutine. It's gonna, the name is gonna be get IP. I'm gonna leave it like that and leave a comment, do my coroutine here, and don't forget. So next thing I'm gonna do is here in awake I'm gonna have my underscore descript equal description, and on login plus equals on login. And of course I will have that variable a little bit later. For now, let's leave it like that. We will resolve this later. Next thing, we will have a coroutine also for fading out. So start coroutine fade out. This will be also do my coroutine here for fading the game object in the scene, in the scene. Now next thing to do is say if game object capital G dot find saved user. If we find the saved user, we will give it a value of null and say something like game object person equals instantiate. We will instantiate the player info, and vector3 dot 0 one quaternion dot identity as game object. So Also, my person dot name will be person dot name dot replace, and we will replace the name that Unity gives every other object which is cloned from the first one, and replace that with empty string. No space, no nothing, just leave it like that. Next thing will be to say save info equals just let's see right here, save info equals person dot get component and we will have the script save info that we will write just a little bit later, and we will say else. Now else save info equals game object dot find. We will have our player info here, so just I'm gonna make create empty player info, and also make the script for save info. Actually I have that script, so I'm just gonna drag and drop the script right here. Okay, can't do it because we have problems here, and so write find player info, that's our game object, dot get component save info. So we are gonna get the script that lies on this game object. Now I think that we can drag and drop the script in the player info game object. So drag and drop. Okay. Now, next thing to do would be to have my function here after awake, which will be void on disable, and we're gonna say just on login minus equals on login. We will have this on login later. You will see what I mean by that. So it doesn't have to be private, it just have to be a void function. Okay, okie dokie. Another function, we're gonna say show login, open parentheses, and just write an if statement. So we're gonna check if the user is not logged in. We will say in login equals true, and login animation dot play, and here this method takes string for the name of our animation, and the name is login.show. Just grab that name and paste it right here. Next thing to do is to say if we have our login to be shown, then we need our register animation dot play. We need to hide the register game object here, so we will take our register underscore hide and paste it right here. Okay, and update description. We will have, of course, here I'll do this later, so I'm gonna leave a comment here. We will update description. Now we have show login. We should have show register. Open parentheses, and I'm gonna say here if in login, then in login equals false. Login animation dot play will be, you guessed it, it's login hide, so we hide our login here. Okay, and the register animation need to be shown, so we will have register underscore show. Okay, now next thing, also here we need to update description, which we will do later when we have that function. Now actually I'm going to make that function right here, and I'm gonna say public static void update description, and it's gonna take one parameter, which will be string text, disk text, and I'm gonna say I should probably here have my description, but because we changed it above, I will have this variable underscore descript, because we need to update the description, and we did that above. Let me just find where we did that. Okay, underscore descript dot text equals description text, so it will take. Now we can have our update description here, and it's gonna take parameter like empty. Also we will do that for the login, because here we are just showing and hiding the login and register game objects, so we don't have and don't need anything else to, or any description for that. We will need the description only for the server messages that we are going to pass. Now next thing that we are going to do is have our, because this right here, delegate, is essentially something that in C and C++ is something that safely encapsulates a method, which is similar to a function pointer. Unlike C function pointers, delegates are object-oriented, type-safe, and secure. The type of a delegate is defined by the name of the delegate. So here is a really nice, in this documentation you can read about delegates. They are really handy, and they are something like function pointers in C#. So it's really nice to have them, and we are going to use them right here. And now we will just say public static string name of player equals nothing, just empty string, and I'm gonna have my public static void, and I'm gonna say on login event, and the same parameters as we had here, so name, email, status, and IP. So I'm gonna have string name, string email, integer status, I guess, and string IP. Okie doke. Now non-abstract and non-extern method must declare a body. Okay. Resolve our on login event function. So now what I'm gonna do right here is probably actually we need to, because it's static, I guess non-abstract and non-extern methods must declare a body. So we will have our code here, and we will check if on login is not null. We're gonna say on login. So if it's not null, we're going to log and essentially call on login, and I'm gonna have that a little bit later. So we're gonna say on login name, email, status, and IP. Okie doke. And in this body, in the if statement, I'm gonna say or maybe I don't know, maybe just I'm gonna erase this, and I'm gonna say here the name of player equals name. Okie doke. Now we will have something like this. So we will have our function on login finally. So we're gonna say on login we need string n, which represents name, string e, email, integer status, and string IP. Alright. Now here we're gonna say in this function we will have our black screen dot game object dot set active true. So we are logging in, and the black screen, the black background should be visible because we will essentially log in our player into the next level. Okay, and start coroutine fade in. Actually this will be an I enumerator, which I will write it just right now. So I'm gonna say I, or actually let's have our get IP first. Let's start from here, so we will have this later. Next thing, I'm gonna make I enumerator get IP. Now it's no longer in red because we have it here, and I'm gonna say loading dot change request public IP. Also change text should be implemented. IP true. We will have a method that will take string and boolean. We're gonna do that later, just a little bit later. Now here we will request the public IP to the server. So we need the public IP. I'm gonna make new www, and I'm gonna say just w equals new and we will have here the get IP. Here we will actually here we will request the public IP to the server, but I'm gonna add another comment, and when we write the PHP script for getting the IP, we will have our URL string in the method. So actually here we will have our HTTP and whatever the address will be to the PHP script. And now here I will check if, so we will say if is null equals null, return or maybe yield return, just yield return null. And then so what we have done right here, this change text method will be implemented, and we will have two parameters. The one will be string and the other one boolean. And for the www class, which we will access our script like with the URL, and then we check if it's null, then yield return null. And next thing would be to say loading dot change text, and here will be our string getting the public IP from the server, true, and this is just the time to wait 2 seconds. Now next thing is to actually getting the IP, and we're gonna say just one variable here, string t, and t equals w dot text, and IP equals t. So this is like a temporary variable, equals temporary, and it will inherit the value that we have here. Temporary equals this value here, and we are just saying that IP equals the value that this script, PHP script, will give us, the string. And next thing I'm gonna say, and the last thing in this IEnumerator would be to check if save info is not null, then save info dot IP equals, actually we need the, actually we will need the save info script. So, or maybe we need to check if the save info save info, show info, save info, we did it as null. Let me just check. Private save info equals null. That will be our script. We will inherit all the variables that we will have in that script, so we will get to the login manager a little bit later to change something like save info.ip equals IP. So here I'm gonna leave a comment when we have our save info script complete. This will be no longer a problem, because essentially in our save info script here we will have a variable that will store the IP, and we will say like save info.ip is the actual IP from the server right here. So that's it. Now for the fade in and fade out, let's make a new I enumerator, fade in, and I'm gonna say something like alpha equals to black screen dot color, while actually we will need a color here, so probably I have forgotten about that. Private color alpha equals new color. So let's have a new variable for color, and private color alpha equals new color 0 0 0 0. The fourth value is the alpha channel, so we will change that channel according to the scenario. Here we have fade in, so alpha equals black screen dot color. We will give the values from the black screen to this variable. Then I'm gonna say while alpha dot a, which is the alpha channel, alpha value is less than 1.0 f, I'm gonna alpha dot a plus equals time dot delta time. For the time dot delta time, this is an interface to get the time information from Unity. So, and delta time is the time in seconds it took to, so every frame this here is called. So if we have like 60 frames, this would be the length of the alpha.a, while cycle would be 60 frames. Then black screen, if that's the case, then black screen dot color will be alpha, and yield return null. In the I enumerator, I will have black screen dot game object dot set active false, because we are fading in, we are getting into the scene, so we won't need any. That's why we are here. The while cycle checks if alpha.a is less than 1.0. Float. It's very important to have the values as float, otherwise it won't work. So That's for the fade in enumerator. I'm gonna have fade out. And in this enumerator, I'm gonna have alpha dot a equals 1f. So while alpha dot a is more than 0.0 f, then alpha dot a minus equals time dot delta time, and black screen dot color equals alpha. And just yield return null. Okay, so for the fade out, we have alpha dot a equals 1f, while alpha color is more than 0. So if the value is more than 0, alpha dot a minus equals time dot delta time, black screen dot color equals alpha, and yield return null, same as here. Just this is the condition is different because we're fading out. And we will say black screen dot game object dot set active false. Okay, now I've made a mistake here. For the fading in, we actually don't need the black screen to be false, it's not necessary, but for the fade out, when we log in the user in the next level, we need to have the black screen to be false. So it's that's the rule. Now what's left here is the change text, which we will have it later. And for the also for the save info script, we will write that a little bit later, and we won't have problems here because this will be inherited from the save info script. Okay. Just let's double check if we have left anything else. Everything else is fine. Just here get IP to change text, and also the save info script, as I said. So thank you for watching, and in the next video we will write the C# script for the login logic. This was the login manager, and we will have the login logic in the next video. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. And in this video we will be writing some other scripts that will help us build the loading effect, as well as the save info. Actually, saving info is really easy. We just need to do it right. Now I shall start with the loading effect script. So I'm going to open my loading effect script, of course C# script, wait until it boots up, and get to work. And I'm gonna erase all of this. First I'm gonna say public float speed equals 500. This will be our rotation speed, actually the speed that the circle animation circle that will rotate around its X and Y axis. Also I'm gonna make space of 5 here, and here we will have our public text. Okay, actually I'm gonna okay, text, state text. This will be our state text where we will be getting our information from the server, which is this right here. After we log in, we are gonna have something like request public IP or getting the public IP from the server, that's kind of stuff. So the state text would be null. Also I'm gonna have public static bool loading. I'm gonna give it an initial value of false, so it's gonna be false for now. Also private image equals null. Next, in my void awake, which is a function that is called only once when the scene is opened. So here what we're going to do is the image will be this dot get component. So get the image component that on which this script will be lying on. So if it's on the player info script, it's gonna get the image from the or let's say that we have image in the base, and when I have my script here, it's gonna take this component, which is the image component. Now in my update method, which is a method that is called in Unity every frame, so here if loading this dot transform dot rotate vector 3 forward, so we will be rotating forward, times this dot speed for a certain amount of speed. I'm gonna have this in brackets, and now I'm gonna multiply that by time dot delta time, and space world. Okay, now let's see here. Actually I'm gonna need another bracket like here, and let's move on. I'm gonna leave a comment. This is where we implement our rotating effect. It's I am suggesting that you always, when you're writing code, leave comments, so you'll know what you're doing with this line of code, and it will be neat and everything should be readable. And now I'm gonna have color alpha again equals to image dot color. So essentially we will store our image color here, so we can adjust the alpha channel for the image. Now here's the logic. If alpha dot a, which is the alpha channel, is less than 1f, one floating number, alpha dot a equals math f, which is a math library and contains all the important functions that we are that calculus have and any other high-level mathematics. And it's nice to have it like this because it's all ready for you and just use it. Don't have to write any more code. It's really nice. So we're gonna lerp alpha dot a for 1f and for time dot delta time times 2. I find this time to be a little bit slow when the loading effect so that's why I'm multiplying that by 2. So if we have like 60 frames per second, this will rotate it faster 2 times, so it's gonna rotate like the game has 120 frames per second. Okay, so this is our fade out. I'm gonna leave a comment here. This is where I implement my fade out. And also out of the if logic, I'm gonna have image dot color, not collider, color equals alpha. Okie doke. Now here I'll say else. If loading, this is what we're doing, right? Okay, else color alpha equals image dot color. And now if alpha is more than 0 floating point, then alpha dot a equals dot a, the alpha channel. I'm gonna copy this math f dot lerp, and this will be our fading out. Actually, not fading out, fading in. And I'm gonna change this to 0. Also set the image dot color to be equal to alpha. Okay, just double check if everything is fine. Next thing that we need to do is in the login manager we have here the change text which we wrote in the previous video, and we are going to implement that just right now. So in the loading, so we have loading effect, loading variable right here. We are checking if loading, then fade out, else fade in. Okay, next thing that we are going to do outside of the update, so we are not in the update method anymore, so we are gonna say void function. I'm gonna make it public void change text. I'm making it public because other scripts are going to use this method. So change text, it's gonna take parameter string t equals empty string boolean loading equals false, and float number height equals 0.0f. Now I'm gonna say if and only if state text is not null, then state text dot text equals to t, this parameter, which we are going to pass from the server side later. Loading equals to loading. We are essentially passing this parameter, and if and only if height is more than 0.0f, stop all coroutines. So we are stopping all the coroutines that might be called in the it's called the Unity have like live coroutines, and all the coroutines will be stopped and no longer will exist, and start a coroutine which will hide. Actually, I'm gonna do it like that for now, and I'm gonna write the enumerator just in a second, and hide with this parameter that we are gonna pass in. So that's in change text, and now enumerator hide. Okie doke. Yield return new, wait for seconds. Actually, wait for seconds. This method waits for seconds for let's say if we pass 3 seconds here, it's gonna wait for 3 seconds, and then it's gonna change the text to the other state. So state text dot text equals to nothing, empty string, because we want to hide. And also loading equals to false. Okay, so now we have our loading effect script. It's I think we won't have any problems. Now you see the redness of change text is gone because we have our loading effect already written down and ready to go. Now we are left with only one red because we need to write our save info script. So in our save info script, what we're gonna do right here is actually save the data for the particular user that we want to take from the server side. So let's get started. First, I'm gonna have a header, which here here are no here are my global info. Here's my global info. Okay, I'm gonna have my public, okay, public string, type string, save info, maybe let's give it another name, like save info php URL equals, here we're gonna have our URL for the PHP script that's gonna live on the server, and it's gonna be living there. We're gonna have it later, like HTTP and something here. So don't forget to add the URL for the PHP script here. Next, I'm gonna have a public string and secret key. Okay, we're gonna have a secret key, something like that. Doesn't matter if it's a. Now, another variable that we're going to need is a public boolean update IP, and it's gonna be true. So another header, and here we're gonna have here's the info for the player. I'm gonna have my public string player name, and now I'm gonna have my public string IP. Now this should be gone right here. Okay, so we have our IP now in the save info script. Now I'm gonna have public string database IP equals string.empty. I'm guessing I guess we should do that for the IP too, string.empty. We don't know what's left in memory. Moving on, now public of type integer status. This would be the status for the player if it's a game where you can have a moderator, a person who can change some things in the game but doesn't have the full permission. Something like administrator in Windows and a system user. Some things you can change, but some things are you have no permission to change, and you can have something like public static boolean if is admin, or public static bool if is moderator, person who can change things around. We will have this commented for now, but if we have time in this tutorial, I can show you what we can do with these two variables. Now let's move on, and because we wanna keep the information for the player throughout the game, like score or something like that. then we shouldn't have this script to be left out. So we have to have this script in every scene that we will move on. So even in the first scene, so we can store the data that we will pass in the login and register input fields, and essentially we will have it throughout the whole game. So maybe I can add here public of type integer score for now, and I'm gonna set it to 0, only for reason that I want you to fully understand what we are doing right here. Also in the login manager, I'm gonna add name, email, also integer score. Also I'm gonna have the score right here. So I'm gonna have name, email, integer score, email, score. Okay. I'll write it out. Everything is fine. Now I'm gonna have it also NE, which is name, email. Now I'm gonna have integer S, which will be our score, and we are all set here. Now let's move on to the saving info script. Okay, so we don't want to destroy this script, which will be living on a game object throughout the game, and that's why we're gonna say void awake, which is a function, as I said, that's not destroyed, and it's called only once when the scene is boot up. So I'm gonna say here, don't destroy on load the game object. So the game object will live throughout the whole game and will carry all the informations right here. So maybe if your game has like if the player has to collect hearts, maybe diamonds, and you're gonna have something like public integer hearts, public integer diamonds, or whatever the game suggests, or maybe you're planning to do. So instead of score, you can have anything really that is numerable, that you can count. Okay, so after the awake, we should say on enable, which is also a function called when the object becomes enable and active, as the description says. So here I'm gonna say on enable login manager, when the login manager is enabled, dot on login plus equals this dot get info. Okay, we're gonna resolve this in just in a second. And on disable, so on disable, I'm gonna have login manager dot on login will be minus equals this dot get info. Okie doke. Now next thing I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna write a function void get info, and here we will have string n name, string e email, integer s score, integer st, which is the let's just check in the login manager, the login manager suggests that the st is actually the status, and the last but not least, we should have the string IP address. Okay, so next, the player name will be equal to n, score is gonna carry the s, status is gonna carry the st, and dbip is gonna be actually the IP. And we're gonna check if and only if update IP, then check IP, which we will write just in a second. Okay, now we have our getInfo function. That this function will take care of the info and take all the info from the database and store it into the login manager for further use. Next thing logically to do is write this function, check IP. The way we are gonna check the IP is to write a public void, because maybe we're gonna use that function in other scripts. Check IP, and now what I'm gonna do here is check if they're not the same, if the database IP, the IP that the database is sending is not equal to the actual IP, then we're gonna say, maybe for now, what I'm gonna do for now, just debug.log, just write a message to us that it is the database IP, which is dbip, is not same as the local IP, which is IP. Okay, and also maybe, and at the end here say something like they will be updated automatically. Okay, now in this if statement here, I'm gonna say start coroutine send update IP, which I'm gonna write this enumerator in a second. Just to finish, else debug.log. So here we're gonna say, so if they're not the same, we're gonna print out this message that the database IP and the local IP are not the same. But if they are, we're gonna say, if they are the same, we're gonna say they are the same IP address. And we don't need to print them out. We're gonna just let them as it is. So now this I enumerator, outside of this function, I'm gonna say I enumerator, and in this enumerator send update IP, the name, same name as here. So here the name suggests that we should send the updated IP to the database. So first thing to do is we're gonna have a string hash string, which will be MD5, MD5 sum, MD5 sum. Why we will have this MD5 sum later, because I haven't written it yet, but maybe we can do that now. Okay, let's do it right now. So we are going to have a way to, because we don't want the info when it travels from the from our game to the database, we don't want the info to be corrupted. So we need a way to encrypt the information so it doesn't leak. And if it leaks, even if the data leaks, nobody would know what's the password of your account. So we're gonna use MD5. I know that MD5 is not the perfect way to hash, because there is a website that can unhash and decrypt the information, but for the time being and for the sake of the simplicity, we must do that with MD5. But you can try with other methods like SHA 256 or maybe 520 would be a better choice. SHA algorithm, you can try with this one, SHA. And yep, would be nice to do that, but for now let's go with MD5. So private string MD5 sum string input string. We're gonna have the input string and we're gonna say system dot security dot cryptography dot MD5 equals to system dot security dot cryptography dot MD5 dot create. So we will create an empty MD5 hash. Now byte size, input bytes is gonna be system dot text dot encoding ASCII system dot get bytes from the input string. Excellent. Now byte, also byte size, hash. Now the hash will be MD5 dot, and let's see what we are inheriting right here. So we're gonna have to compute first the hash. So we're gonna use compute hash input bytes, which is this guy right here, encoded string into the hash. So compute input bytes. And now we're gonna build the string. The way we're gonna build the string is string building, string build equals, or if it's string builder, oh sorry, string builder equals new string builder. Okay, now for I equals 0, I less than hash dot length I plus plus. So now we're gonna say string builder, this guy right here, for I equals 0, I is less than hash dot length, so the length of the string, we're gonna say string builder dot append hash for I numbers, the dot to string, and we're gonna say x2. Okay, now return string builder dot to string and convert it to string, because this hash have also has some numbers, and that's why we're converting it to string essentially. Now the next thing I'm gonna do is to write the send update I enumerator. So here I'm gonna say string hash string equals md5 sum player name, so player name plus secret key. Okie doke, to lower. Now www form equals new www form. Okay, we're gonna add field, www form dot add field for all fields that we are gonna have. So it's very important that the field name is the same name in the database, so in the query. So if we have here name, it must be this exact same string, otherwise it won't work and you will have some problems. So here we have player name, and copy this. Okay, also we are going to have IP, which is the IP. Okay, we will have the score. Okay, that's gonna be the score. Also type, we're gonna give it here a string of a number 2, because we're gonna check this. Actually this will be to check on the server if we are sending IP correctly. So this all will become clear when we write the PHP script. So just keep in mind for now that, and don't be confused by that. Now also add field hash hash string. Okay, we will pass the hash string here. Everything will be encrypted, and now www equals new www save info PHP URL for the www form. Okay, and yield return www. Okay, moving on. So now we are gonna check here if we have an error. So if dot error is not equal to null, so if we have error, we are gonna debug dot log warning, the same error that we're gonna get from the server, dot error. Else we're gonna debug dot log www dot text equals and this is also very important to check if it's successful, if the data is successfully written. So we're gonna have www.text equals success successful IP, like that, or maybe just success IP. And this is a if statement, just string dot format, save the new IP success, and IP is gonna be passed right here, and then I'm gonna have else www.text. Okay, now next thing is to have a way to save the info. So for that we're gonna have a private void function, save info, and it's gonna take parameters string s and which is the score. So we need to save the score. Okay, so this is how we're gonna implement this. So we're gonna say integer score equals integer dot parse. We're gonna parse s and save info. Save info s. Okay, that's about it. Now I'm gonna have another private void save info. Actually, I'm gonna do this public, and also another public void save info. We're gonna have the string. Actually, no, we need to have this as integer here. They should differ, that's why we will have as integer s, and we will say if save info PHP URL is not empty, string.empty, then we're gonna start a coroutine for saving. Save, which we will write just in a moment. Save as, so save as, Okay, now let's write the save enumerator. Save. So now we should probably have integer s. So first thing I'm gonna do here is string hash equals md5 sum player name plus secret key dot to lower, so everything is lowercase. Next thing would be to have a local variable. It's gonna be score, that's gonna be s. Now say www form equals new www form. Okay, now form dot add field and here I'm gonna have name, player name, also the score and hash, which should be the same as here, and in this case the variable is hash, and also type, which is, we will have this as 1 initially because I'm gonna write a comment here also, and this is going to be will be to check on the server if we are saving the info for the player. So that would be to check, only for checking purposes. Now next very important part would be to make a www equals new www save info php URL for the form. So that's the parameters for, you should give the string URL and the form. So we are giving the form and the fields for the given string that we are passing right here. Actually the string is the URL for the PHP script, and debug maybe, or maybe not. Leave it like this here, and yield return www. So we are returning this. Now what I want to do here, if to check if we don't have errors, equals null, then score should be updated. So score equals score. Okey-doke, and maybe have a debug.log info saved. Great. Okay, that would be for our save info script. So this will be resolved in the next video, and I'm going to show you how we are going to resolve it. So thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome, and in this video we will be finishing all the scripts in Unity, the C# scripts, and hopefully from the next video we will start working on the server side. So let's get started. First of all, I will correct the problems that we had in the previous tutorial with the save info script. So we left that for this video, so let's work on that now. Just wait so the script boots up, and okay. So the thing with the save info, we can have this kind of thing right here, because members' names cannot be the same as their enclosing type, which means that functions cannot have the same name as the class name. So they must be different, because if we are making a constructor, then that would be fine, but with functions they must have different name than the public than the class name. So let's change this to something like save user info. Also the function that returns integer, actually I'm gonna save user, so they have the same name. And also here save user info. So let's check now, and we don't need to, the problems here will disappear. Okay. So this problem is probably let's just review this problem right here, and let's resolve that as quickly as possible. So maybe we're gonna rewrite this as MD5 sum and change this to input. Okay, now this is fine. System.security.cryptography MD5 equals system security cryptography MD5 create, then byte type input bytes. We will have here the input, and everything is fine here. String builder as b equals new string builder for I equals 0, I less than hash dot length I plus plus as b append return string builder. So we are returning the string, the builded string, and converting it to string, because we might have numbers. then the hash would be different, and it will have the MD5 sum name. So this is, I guess, better and more clear to read. So probably can be made static method string input. I'm gonna resolve this later. Now let's concentrate on the login script. So create new C# script, give it a name, login, erase all of the code, and first we will need public string. First the URL for the PHP script, so I'm gonna have login PHP URL, empty string, public string, the next level, also empty string. Now these informations that I'm gonna provide here don't need to appear in the inspector, so I'm gonna hide them. Hide in inspector, public string user, also copy this one, and this is going to be the password, and this is gonna be type bool, and it's gonna be for the toggle, so it keep me. So on first is the value that we are going to pass here is gonna be false. Now let's make a space of 6, and then after that I'm gonna have the toggle, public toggle equals null, and to the input field, so we're gonna have public input field user input equals null, and also public password input, public input field password input equals null. Okay, and here I'm gonna have my private variables that are that will be needed to check for the login if the user is logged in or he's already logged in. So let's right here I'm gonna say private boolean is login, and initial value false and private boolean is already login, also with a default value of false. Now the first thing is to make our awake method, which as I said in the previous video, it's called for each scene that we have in the game. So every scene, for every scene, it's gonna pop up, so the script will live on the game object, it won't die. So the first thing is to check if we have toggle and not null, then if player preferences, this is from Unity, and dot get string. So we are going to use the login manager script to get from there the saved user. So essentially we are into player prefs, we are embedding this string from the login manager dot saved user, which is this user right here, and we're gonna compare if that is not empty, so string dot empty. If it's not empty, then I'm gonna say toggle dot is on equals true, and also I'm gonna check if the user is not null, then user input dot text equals player prefs dot get string login manager dot saved user. Okie doke. Else, if the user is actually null, then the toggle should be false. So toggle dot is on equals false. Okay. Now outside from the awake method, I'm gonna have a void fixed update, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna check if toggle is not null, then keep me this variable right here, which is full on default. That if the toggle is not null, then keep me will be, we're gonna check if the user input is not null, then the user equals user input dot text. Okay, moving on. Now next thing I'm gonna do is actually, we have user input right here, fixed update. So the fixed update method is a function that is called every fixed frame rate, so if the mono behavior is enabled. Essentially, it doesn't matter if the FPS is 36 or 40. So this function will be called every frame, so 60 frames per second, then it's gonna be called 60 times, and it doesn't depend on the frame rate. It has a fixed frame rate, so that's the point. Now next I'm gonna check here. I'm gonna say the same thing for password. If password input is not null, then password equals password input dot text. So we are passing the string from the input field into this variable, which is password. Okay. Now moving on, we will have another function, public, of type void login, and here we're gonna check if is login or already login. So again, we can have same names, same as in the save info class. We had a name like save info, but we can't do that. So we will change the name and probably something like login user. And now let's move on, check if login or already logged in, then just return. Also, if the user is not empty, so string dot empty, and the password is also not empty, then start coroutine, which will be written just in a moment. So I'm gonna have it some name like outside here somewhere. It's gonna be a enumerator. The name is going to be something like logging process, maybe. Okay. Now I'm gonna have the coroutine right here. So we're going to start the login process, and if this is not the case, then else. If user is equal to string dot empty, I'm gonna say for now just debug dot log warning the user name is the username field is empty, and same for the password. So we are gonna check if those are empty. Now I'm gonna have the password here, and I'm gonna change this right here to password. So this will check for the user input and also for the password input. And now just in the else body, I'm gonna update the description. I'm gonna say login manager because that's where my update description function lives. And I'm gonna say complete or give info in both fields. Okay, we are done with the login user here. Now let's take care of the coroutine. So I'm gonna start right off with writing if is login or already, or if the user is already logged in, then I'm gonna yield return null. Okay, so if we are logged in or already logged in, then nothing happens. But here I'm gonna say is login that it's true. So also the login manager dot update description, we are gonna say here we are logging you in. So we're gonna update the description. Also actually I'm gonna have here another login manager dot loading cache dot change text to request the login, and also I'm gonna have true. So the string will be request the login, and the loading would be set from false to true. So we're gonna load and display this text. So moving on, we will have a www form form equals new www form. Now here we will have the informations and the fields and the data that the server is going to pass to this script in Unity. So let's add a field. So we will have our rows in the database and the fields needed. So we will have here name. As I mentioned before, this must be the same in the PHP script because we will have problems, so pay attention. So I'm gonna have the user passed. Also we will have two other fields. The second one is, you guessed it, it's password, and I'm gonna pass password, and also IP, which I'm gonna give a integer value, and I'm gonna explain later when we write the PHP scripts why I'm giving these values here. And also I did that for the type in the saving script because we're gonna check with if statements if the user is successfully saved in the database. So here we're gonna have if the IP is successfully taken from the user, so we will check with if statement on the server side if we succeeded with taking IP from user. Next thing I'm gonna make is a www equals new www, which is going to take two parameters, the URL from the PHP script, so that would be the login PHP URL, and the form that we just made. So next we want to return, so yield return that guy, this string, and next I'm gonna say login manager dot loading cache dot change text to um, getting the response from the server. And I'm gonna have here true. So, and maybe time to hide it, so it hides this text. It doesn't stay forever. Essentially, here we have the loading cache. So in this script, here we are changing loading dot change text. Here it is, loading effect, loading. So we're changing the text for the given string. We are giving the field a string, which is this one, getting the response from the server. Also, the loading will be true, so the loading animation will appear, and it's gonna hide in 1.2 seconds. Maybe we can do it like 2 seconds, so it stays more. Okie doke. Now, next thing to do is to store the informations from the database and from the server in a variable, in a string variable. We are gonna say result, or maybe server result equals w.text. Okay, moving on. Now, if w.error is not null, so we have error, we're gonna handle the error. So I'm gonna say debug.log error, w.error, and next I'm gonna say login manager dot loading cache dot change text. So the text will be the w.error string, and we're gonna say true, loading true, 3f. Okay. Else, if everything is successfully withdrawn from the database, so everything is as it should be, now we need to separate the information and then pass it on in our C# script. So I'm gonna say string array split equals result dot, so the result string here, server result, so we are doing this server result dot split. We're gonna split it with this character on the first index, so 0, because arrays start from 0. Next, I'm gonna say if split 0 is equal to login So again, here we will use that string to check on server if we have withdrawn the data successfully. So the string we are gonna give here, we will use that same string to check on in the PHP script if we have passed the withdrawal of the data. So here we're gonna have something like login done, and debug.log login plus the first, actually the second object in the array of strings. So next, login manager dot loading cache dot change text successfully log in, loading to true, and 1.4 seconds. So we are gonna hide it for essentially 1.5 seconds, and already login. Gonna set it to true because we're already logged in. Next, we need to take the values from the server. The way I'm gonna do that is to say string name equals split first, also string email, which will be string empty, or we're gonna resolve this later. For now, let's just pass in some values. Also, we're gonna have the score, so it's type integer, score equals integer dot parse split, and the third. Next, we should have the status, I guess. Name, email, score, status, and IP. So next I'm gonna have integer status. It's gonna be also integer dot parse. We're gonna parse split 4, and finally I'm gonna have string IP, which will be just split, and the fifth value. So we have all our values here, and if you wish, as I said in the previous tutorials, you can actually have if you had here in this delegate to void function, if we had here integer score and also integer hearts, or maybe integer diamonds, then that's the logic. That's the way you can handle user information. There's no other way. And of course, change these forms here in the save info, because the login depends on that, and we are essentially now getting the informations from the database. So next thing to do here is I'm just going to debug .log. Just gonna debug .log my result, which is server result. So just to check what we have from the server here as a string, and next if so we will check if split of 5, which is the IP, is not equal to null, and not string dot is null or empty, split 5, then IP equals split 5. Okay. And now maybe here we should update the description that we have logged in the user successfully. So in this if statement where we check if logging is done, so I'm gonna have login manager dot update description and say something like welcome to you are in, and maybe just display the score. You are in, and here I'm gonna say you're in name, which is split 1 plus your score from the last game is plus split from 3. Okay, excellent. Now if keep me, if the user says that he wants to keep the information, so we're gonna say player prefs dot set string login manager dot save user for the user, else I'm gonna copy this right here, else we will have here string empty. So the person don't want to have the credentials to be remembered. Now next thing here after that will be to say login manager dot on login event, and now as we can see we have to pass 5 parameters. Actually we have to pass these parameters here from the database. Now the first parameter is name, we have it as name, second parameter email, third parameter score, status, and IP address. So we're all good. Now I'm just gonna leave a yield return a second, just a second. So wait for seconds, or maybe two seconds, and after 2 seconds we're gonna say scene manager dot load scene, and we're gonna load the next level because we have logged in the person successfully. Now in the end, after this long if statement, we will say that actually after this else, because we're essentially here saying if this is not the case, then this is the way we will handle the login, and after else here I'm gonna have is login equals to false, because we're not logged in, and we will change this variable so it doesn't pass here. Okay, that's for this script, and now we have the logging handled. So I'm 40 minutes in. Maybe we can also start writing the ranking script. So let's start. I'm gonna have the ranking script started. So first thing we're gonna do is create C# script rank register. So we're gonna have register. Sorry, I've been saying rank, but it's register. So we're gonna have public string secret key also the respective PHP URL also for the register. We're gonna have PHP script for registering. So public string register PHP URL, the URL equals empty string. I'm gonna have space 5 and have my 4 input fields for these 5 input fields. So public input field user input, which is the username input, equals null. Copy this, here we're gonna have the email input, here would be the password, and repassword, all null, again space, and here I'm gonna have the maximum length of characters for the name and the email. So we will have 2 public integers. The one would be maximum name length, and give it a value of maybe 13 characters. and again maximum email length could be 30, and I'm gonna make this 20 or 15. Okay, let's give it 20. Now we're gonna have protected strings, which I'm gonna say protected string, and here we're going to have username, also for the email, for the password, and for the repassword, retyping the password. Another boolean, private, private boolean, which will check if we are registered. So is register was false, initial value of false. And let's get started. First, void start, which is a function from Unity that is called when the scene is started. So we're gonna check if user input and email input, they are not null, then we're gonna say user input dot character limit equals max name length. Also for the password input dot character limit equals maximum email length. Okay. Now another public static array of characters destination equals open parentheses and empty. Okay. Now in the update method, we will have if statement and check if the user input is not null. Is not null. If it's not null, then user input dot text equals these are the regular expressions. It's a class from the system. For regular expressions like email or names, so we're gonna say user input dot text, and now these are the characters that we want that the user cannot have, that the user will not be able to have, like stars or so. We're gonna have this character Z Z 0 to 9. Okay, characters which we do not approve And now the username characters, actually symbols. Next, username will be equal to user input dot text, and now for the email input, I'm gonna have an if statement here. If email input is not null, then let's have a string email equals to email input dot text regex regular expressions will be new regex. And now I'm gonna have the email regex, which I'm going to find here. So I think this is the one that checks if the string is valid email string. So what we're gonna do right here, we won't have some user to have something like this in the email, or something like gym, and that's all, gym12. It must be a fully regular email. So that's what this regular expressions will do for us. So now we're gonna have that one here. Okay, and say that match equals regex dot match email equals match dot to string. Okay, now if password input is not null, then password equals password input dot text. Same thing for the repassword. So here we will have repassword input is not null, then repassword is going to have the value from the input field. So repassword input. Okay, now let's outside of the update method, I will have a function to check if the user is registered. So let's have that right now. Public void register user. So first thing, I'm gonna check if is register, then return. This is actually if user is already registered. Okay, moving on. If we're gonna check if they're empty, so if username is not, actually we're first we're gonna check if they're not empty. So essentially I'm gonna say string dot empty. So if username is not empty and email is not string dot empty and password is not empty and password is not empty, then again let's check if password is the same as the repassword. If they are the same, then here I'm gonna leave that because we will have an enumerator. So first of all I'm gonna say here start the coroutine, and I'm gonna say login manager dot update description empty string else. We're gonna say login manager dot update description. So if they're not the same, passwords does not match. Okay. Now here else I'm gonna say if username is equal to string dot empty, then login manager dot update description username is empty. Now I'm gonna have that for all four input fields. So here I'm gonna have email, then email is empty, or you have entered an invalid email address. Next we have password. Password is empty, and also repassword now here I'll have login manager dot update description, because if all are empty, then I'm gonna have complete all the fields above. So we have our function. Here we will start the coroutine. Start the coroutine for register. Actually, we will write an enumerator. So let's do that right now. Or maybe we can leave that for the next video. We can leave the enumerator for the next video, probably. Okay, I'll leave that for the next video. We will finish writing the enumerator for the registering process, and then we will set up all the public fields in the respective game objects, all the animations, updating descriptions and everything. And also we're going to fix this error with the MD5 sum. Not all code paths return a value. So we are going to fix that, and that would be it for this tutorial. Stick around for the next one. It's going to be very interesting. Also, next we will write some PHP scripts to match our C# scripts, and everything will come together and everything will start to seem reasonable and logic to you. So thank you very much for watching, and Hello and welcome to our tutorial where we will be finishing our C# script for the register. Now open up the register C# script. And let's get to work. So the first thing I'm gonna do here, we have a problem in the save info script. So my return is in the for. So just grab this and get it out of there. So it's in the function right there. Okay. Now let's finish our register. First thing to do is, as I said in the previous tutorial, I'm gonna make an enumerator and give it a name, register routine. Now first thing I'm gonna do here is say if we are registered, if is register, yield return null. So we don't return anything. The person is already registered. Okay, so here I'm gonna say is register equals to true. Sorry, 1 equal. And then login manager dot update description registering. So we will update the description that we are registering. Also login manager dot loading cache, change text to request register true. Okay, now just because we need to we will need to hash, copy this function and go to register and just paste it here. Import the string builder. Okay. Now next thing I'm gonna do is to say string hash equals md5 sum username plus email plus password plus secret key to lower. So we're gonna change it to lower. Okay, now make a www form equals new www form, and I'm gonna add some fields now. So I'm gonna say form add field. So we will need the name field, username. What do we have else that we will need? We will have password, email, score, IP address, and the hash itself. So let's change. Here we have password, over here email, here I'm gonna have my score, no, I'm gonna give it a value of 0 when registering. So if we have a new player, his score is going to be 0, so we will have 0 value for the score. Here I'm gonna have IP and login manager dot IP. So we will borrow the IP from the login manager, and we're gonna use that one. So here I'm gonna have the hash, actually all this information will be encrypted. Next thing to do is to create a new www equals new www and have my register PHP URL as we did in the previous scripts, also with the form, with the fields that we want to store in the SQL query database. Now also we are going to update the description, so I'm going to say login manager dot update description, uploading your info to the DB, stay still and that's gonna be the description. Also, we should have actually we need to yield return this www, so return that, and then say something like login manager dot loading cache dot change text to getting the response from DB, have my alpha to true, and maybe something like 3 seconds. Okie doke. Now I'm gonna say if it's done, dot text equals to done. We will gonna check this for the server side programming and have my login manager dot update description to probably I'm gonna say registered successfully. Good job. Also, I will need to say this dot get component login manager dot show login. Actually, we will have this later, so good job maybe, and say something like you can log in now. Why is my show login? Okay, so let's make this public. Void, also this guy should be public. Okay, so the error disappeared because my functions were private. They should be public. Let's move on. So we will show our login right there. And if we messed up something, then I'm gonna say else login manager dot update description to the actual text, so we will see what we've done wrong. And here I'm gonna have to probably if is registered, if it's true, then yield return null. Is registered equals to true. So essentially we should, if okay, yield return that, and maybe change it down here to false. Okay, we are all set now, so that's the register script. The thing that we should do now is to start the coroutine here for the register. So here I left a comment, start the coroutine for register. Actually we will write an enumerator, I enumerator. So here is the I enumerator, and I'm sorry for that, and I'm gonna have my start coroutine. We're in the register user, start coroutine, register routine. Yes, register routine, and that should be it for this script. Save it and let's move on. So next I'm gonna go in Unity. So shouldn't have any errors. Create an empty game object. I'm gonna say here login controller, and go to the scripts folder and add my login script, also my register script, and also my login manager script. We didn't include this description UI, so I'm gonna make it right now. So go under canvas and UI text, and the text is going to be description text, no text in it. So okay, maybe it's going to leave right here, make it bigger. Okay, font 20, font size 20. I'm gonna change the font also. The color in the center, maybe 24. Okay, great. Now let's move on. So go in the scripts folder, under loading anim, we should have the loading effect script right here below the image component, and the state text is the server state. So that's the thing that you should do with the loading. So everything is set right there. Also the script loading effect, anim, and drag it here, the description text here, black background here, create another empty game object and give it a name, player info, have our save info script here, go into our login manager, player info, right here, login animation. So let's find the login animation and have me login show here. Actually, wait. Oh, login here, register here, the game objects. Next thing to do is to have the input fields. So go to register, username here, email there, password, repassword. Okay, now for the login, the toggle, username, user input, and password right here. Let's check what we have done. Okay, requesting public IP. We don't have any server-side programming yet, but we are going to do that in the next session, hopefully, and we won't have problems with that. Also, so stick around for the next session and we will have a workable login and register system. So thank you very much for watching and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Bye. Hello and welcome to the third session where we will be finishing our login system, which means that we will set up our buttons to do what they're supposed to do for the correct functions in the C# scripts that we wrote earlier in the previous session. And also I will show you how I made my animations for the login and register game objects, and also that will give you a guide and how you can create your own animations. So stick around and hopefully you will learn something new in this session, and see you in the next tutorial. Bye. Hello and welcome to our first video in the third session. Here we will, as I mentioned in the intro video, we will be finishing our login system, which means that we are going to set up a few animations as well as the logic for the buttons. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is on login I will go here to the button script and click add to list and add my login controller. Okay, now I will go login and choose my login user function. Okay, now for the same for the register button, add to the list, on click event, login controller, drag and drop into the here into the empty space. Now under function we will go to register user. Okay, next I'm going to show you how I do my animations. So let's go into project. Here I have my animations, but I will make new one right now. So let's just go to the animations folder. So we would need 4 animations: login show, login hide, register show, and register hide. So first I'm gonna make the login show, create animation, login underscore show, and under my login game object um, actually, yes, and under the login game object, I'll drag and drop here and here. After we make our animations for the login show, we will have a login hide, but I'll do that after this one. So open up my login show animation. Okay. Now I have it here. So let's start by clicking on the game object login. I'll have my moving tool. First, we will start outside of the canvas. So make a key right here. Then I'll drag my object somewhere here. So nothing happens because maybe let's just erase all of that and start again. So I want my first here, then okay. And then maybe a bit like that. Too fast. And after I come here, I'll just move it just a tiny bit to the left, somewhere here. Okay. And then probably something like that. Okay. That would be our login show. Okay, now we have our login animation. Then I will have my register show animation. Click. So it should start from here. Register show. Register show. Okay. Now I'm gonna uncheck play automatically, so it doesn't play automatically. Just the login should be played automatically. Now when I click or register, then we should have the register animation. So let's go right here and click on the or register button and have my login controller. Under login manager, we should have this show register. Now let's see if that works. Also, I'm gonna change the color of the register word because we want to see it more clearly. Color equals blue. I'm gonna end my color here, so, or maybe orange. Okay. Okay. Now let's click play and see what happens. Should have my login. Then when I click register, my register shows up. Now when I click back, I wanna have my register to go out of the canvas. So click on the back button. Also give it a on-click event. So I'm gonna drag my login controller here, like for everything that we have done, and have my register height. But it seems that let me just check into login manager. So we have show register and show login. Register, show, public, show login, login show. Then let's add a public void height register. So I'm gonna have register underscore height. Okay. Now I'm gonna make my hiding animation, which normally we would check how the register and to where it goes. So it goes 180 on the x-axis. So we should have our actually let me check again. Let's hit play. Okay, we have our login. Now the animation state login height could not be played because it couldn't be found. Please attach an animation clip. Okay, let's have our login hide animation here. Would be a array of two elements, login show and login hide. Sorry, hide. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Okay. Updates the give info in both fields, which is good. It updates the descriptions that we gave into the scripts. now register height. Register height. So actually here I will delete those, and I'm gonna have my register height on x180 as a starting point. Actually no, register height Okay. All right. Now everything is fine. Let's have the function on clicking back. We should have the login manager hide register. Let's see now what we have done. Okay, play. We have register here, but we don't want that to happen. So let's have it outside. Okay, play. Register. Okay. Okay. Now probably we should resolve this in the next video, where we will be doing a recap. For now we have working animations, and in the next video we will resolve the problems with the back of the register, because it seems that it doesn't work right now. Hopefully, or probably if I have this on play automatically, let's see what happens. Okay, so it plays on when the scene is active, so let's have that unchecked. That would be it for this video. In the next one we will resolve the problem with the backing of the register, so it should hide successfully from the canvas. And also in the next session, in the fourth session, we will start working on the server-side programming. So hopefully see you in the next video. Bye. Hi and welcome. In this video I will show you the error that we had from the last video and how to correct that error. Also, this would be the last video for the login system, which what we did with the previous videos was code the C# scripts, and in the next session, which is the fourth session, we will be coding the respective PHP scripts. We will be doing some PHP programming, and now let me show you what was the all about in the last video. So on the back button I was trying to show register, but this is not the case right here. So go to the on-click event and choose the login manager, show login. So, and also it's very important that the register animation does not play automatically. So let's try one more time. Okay, we got the login, so obviously here we will be logging into the game, and when we click or register, the register game object pops up with the respective animation for it, and when I click back, kind of the login it's kind of pushes back the register game object, and for me it seems really cool. It's really basic and very simple animation, but animations make the UI for the login and register really to look much nicer, and animation in general is a great thing to master because animation makes everything look better, even in the UI world. So here we have back and everything works better. So in the next session we will be doing server-side programming, which you can hear someone say backend. So we will be doing backend for our login system, and hope to see you in the next tutorials, and hopefully you will learn much more for PHP programming. Thank you for watching and see you in the next session. Bye. Hello and welcome to the session 4 of our login and register system tutorial series. In this session you will learn how to code the server side, also called backend, for our login and register system. So basically we will be writing most of the time PHP scripts that will take care of the login and register logic, for which will live on the server, and also we will write a SQL query that will be storing the information that the user is going to give through the input fields. So stay on track and watch the tutorials and start coding with PHP for the server side. So that's what we will be doing in the session 4 of our tutorial series. So please watch and stay tuned. Thank you, bye. Hello and welcome. And in this video we will be doing all the PHP programming for our server side programming and backend. So let's get started. Here I have my SQL table, which we will use to save the information. So here we are creating table with a name, login system DB, and we are saying that the first should be ID of integer with 10 characters, 10 digits, not null, should be auto incremented and have a primary key. Okay, the second one is the name. It is from a type varchar, not null. Also email varchar, not null. Password varchar, not null. The score will be integer and of course not null. IP address will be varchar and status will be integer. The engine is InnoDB. So this is our query and we will be using that here to run the query on our PHP my admin. Also I'm using a workspace. It's my personal choice. You can use some other hosting service and it's your choice, but I recommend this one. I think they also have plans for free hosting, so you can use, or maybe you can use just some plain C based server, so doesn't matter, but it is important that it has PHP my admin. So first I'm gonna make a folder where I will be storing all my PHP scripts. So I will have there my SQL table query. So I'm gonna open it in Visual Studio Code. Okay. And then I will have a new file, but probably I should do that here. So open folder. This is my working folder. Okay, we don't need the welcome page. Now make new file. I'm gonna have my PHP script that will take care of the connection with the database. So we need a file which I'm gonna give it a name, probably master or common.php, because it will share common informations which we will use the script, and also we will be mentioning the script in other scripts that will derive from this script. So let's get started. We will have, of course, PHP. Yep. And first thing I'm going to do is have a variable database name. My database name is 26 24038 26 24038 underscore Dimitar, which is my name. Then I will have database host, which is the host, and I will find that also here. So here's my server, pdb23.awardspace.net. So I'm gonna have that also here, pdb23.awardspace.net. Next thing, I will have my DB password, please don't steal it. It's this password which I use for the database. That's the password. Then we will have a db, which is the database, which is this string right here. Okay. Also, we will need the secret key. Secret key equals, we should have that from here actually. Here is our secret key. Have more secure connections. You shouldn't use passwords like this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. You should have something more complex, because this is really easy to crack. So be aware of that. If you're developing a commercial app, don't use this kind of thing. Think of a better secret key. So next thing would be to make a function, and this function will be db connect. So we will be connecting here to the database. I will have two global variables, which global means that other scripts, other PHP scripts can use them. So we will have db name and global the secret key. So the secret key will be global 2. Okay, then another variable which will be link. So new MySQL I so the first parameter is this guy right here, which is the host name. Let's have that here. First parameter. Second parameter would be to have my database name. So that's the second parameter. Then the third parameter is the password. And fourth parameter, the database name. So that's my personal database name, and we will say here or die, and if the connection is not successful, then we will say connection failed. And I'm gonna say something like link. Okay. Error. Return, of course, link. Okay. Now I'm gonna have another function which will be dedicated to save the variables. So here we will have var. I'm gonna have var equals to add slashes, and also we're gonna hit trim, and we will trim the variable, actually the variables, and return, of course, that. Next thing to do would be to say that we've failed, so function fail. If it fails, then we would have error message should print the error message and exit. Okie doke. Last function for this script is the close connection function, which will take parameter link, just like that. That's the way you do it. And then link equals to, arrow close. So we will be closing. Okay. That's my script, which what it does is takes the database name, host, password, and the database itself and makes a connection. Also, we have 3 functions. The one is to save the variables, the other one is if it fails, and the last one is to close the connection. Now another PHP file, which will be to get the IP from the user. So this will be get ip.php. Here I'm gonna have so echo get underscore client underscore IP. This will be the name of our function. So let's just copy this right here. And I'm gonna say function get client IP. Now I'm gonna have a variable IP address equals to empty string. Then if we're gonna check if get env, so then we have http underscore client underscore IP. If that's the case, then we would have to set the IP address to get env http underscore client underscore IP. Okay, then else if get env http underscore x underscore forwarded to forwarded 4, then I'm gonna have IP address to be get env the same thing from here. Then I'm gonna have else if we have this same thing but without the 4. So I'm just going to copy that. Okay. Forwarded. Then IP address equals without the for and underscore. So also we are gonna say else if get env let's type that here, get env. We have now http underscore forwarded underscore 4, so it's without the x. Then I'm gonna say IP address equals to the get env http forwarded for. Okay. Then else if, this is our first, second, fourth else if statement. I'm gonna say get env http forwarded without the for. So this thing right here, but without the for. And I'm gonna set me IP address to be get env http forwarded. So I'm gonna have that here. Then me else if statement here, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5. So the fifth one would be to check if we have remote address. So that's gonna be get env remote address. Then the IP address would be equal to, of course, this guy right here, and else IP address equals unknown, actually. Okay, and on the bottom we will have return the address. Okie doke. So that's for this script will take care of getting the public IP address. So we will have to pass these things in order to gather information from the for the IP address. So that's the way you do it. Then we are gonna write our PHP script for register. So parallel, we're gonna make a new file. I'm gonna say register.php, and here, of course, opening and closing tags PHP. Then I'm gonna have to include me common PHP. So this file where we are making the connection. Then I'm gonna have a link equals to db connect, which is this function right here. Next, I'm gonna have my variables, so name equals safe, or first I should maybe probably I should have that function. Okay, I'm deriving the save function from the common here. So this is the function that I'm using in the register. So I'm gonna say name equals save underscore post. So we are gonna post the name, which is actually this guy right here, in respective to our register C# script. This is the field that we will be using for our name, and it must be the same as this string right here. So next I'm gonna have the password. So copy this. I'm gonna have the password, email, score, IP, and hash. So let's have our variables password, same here, password, then we have email, then score, IP, and hash. So what I'm gonna do with these variables, first of all, now the hash that we are giving to the server should be the same hash that the server returns to the game. So it would be really so we should have we will have to compare those two hashes, the one that goes in the server and the one that the server gives to the C# script. So I'm gonna say real hash, this is a variable, equals MD5. I think I've mentioned in the previous videos, in the previous session, that MD5 is not at all secure way to store passwords. So you should have something else if you're developing a commercial app. For the sake of the simplicity, I'm using MD5 algorithm, but you should use something else. So please do not use MD5 hashing algorithm if you're developing a commercial project or a commercial game or anything that stores data, which is very important for the user. And this is a disclaimer: please do not use MD5 hashing algorithm. We don't add salt to our algorithm. Now I'm going to show you which ones to choose. So I'm gonna write best hashing algorithm 2018. So the best is to use Argon 2. In our C# code, we are also using MD5, but they have a version for C#, for .NET technology, for .NET framework. So you should use Argon 2, which is the best way to store passwords and user data. So please do not use MD5. Now let's move on. We will have our name variable here, and I'm gonna separate them with a dot. So email dot password dot secret key. I think it's with a capital key. This variable is derived from the common script, this guy right here. Okay, then I'm gonna say if I'm gonna compare if the real hash is equal to the hash, to this hash here, if they are the same. So if this hash, which is this guy right here, which is that, okay, if that is same with this right here from the database, then we're gonna say we're gonna have a variable to check, and we're gonna check equals MySQL I underscore query. So I'm gonna say MySQL I query. I'm gonna have link and select from. So select, this is a SQL language, so really basic thing we are doing right here. So we are selecting from our database, which now I'm gonna have my SQL table. I'm gonna copy this here and I'm gonna run the query. So we have our database. I'm gonna copy this name, login system DB. You can have any name here, your choice, but it must be the same as this name that we are going to pass here. So select from login system DB where, so we are saying where name equals name. Okay, now another variable, number of rows. So we should check for the number of rows equals MySQL I number rows check. Okay, then I'm gonna have here if the number of rows is 0, then password equals to MD5 password. So if we don't have user already registered, we're checking if the number of rows is 0, so that those fields are not populated with data. Then we will say password and hash the password, only the password. Then we're gonna have a variable equals MySQL I underscore query, and we're gonna say link as a first, and we are gonna insert into login system DB. Okay, now the parameters that we want to insert in the database, we have name, also we have email, we have password, and we have the IP. Then I'm gonna say values, and now single quotes, then double quotes, and dot MySQL I underscore real underscore escape underscore string real escape string, and then we will have the link and the name. So we should save by name. Then we have that guy right here also. Okay. Okay. Now we should do the same thing for the email, for the password, and for the IP as well. So now values, okay. Just copy this. Now here we have link, email, we have link, which is the connection to the database, and we will have password, and also we're gonna have IP as well. Okie doke. Now that's the query that we are going to run. Now we will check if var then I'm gonna say die and in double quotes done, because we use that to indicate that the register process is finished. So this is what we are checking. Also, I have left a comment here that we're gonna check this for the server-side programming, and that's what we are doing right here. So if the variable is done, which it will be if this is successfully queried, then we're gonna say die done, and we're gonna check here, and this essentially will be the same, and the register will be successful. You can log in now, so the user can log in later on. I'm gonna say here else. If something goes wrong, I'm gonna say die error, and I'm gonna have MySQL underscore error. Okie doke. Then I'm gonna say here else. So essentially for this guy right here, if num_rows equals 1, then let's save the user. So we will register the user. But if that's not the case, if the user already has an account with the same exact information that we have passed right here, then I will say else and die. And also I'm gonna give it a message, a user with this name already exists, and I'm gonna say please choose another one, or register another account if you wish. So okie doke. And in the end we will have we have to always close the connection. So we will borrow that function from here, and I'm just gonna copy this guy, and I'm gonna say into the register in the end close connection and parentheses. So that's it for the register PHP script. Now we can probably move on to the next script. So make another PHP script. We're gonna give it a name login.php, and let me just check for time. So 35 minutes, probably we can do another script. So let's write the login script now. So as in the register script, we should include the common PHP script in this one as well. So let's do that in the beginning. So we will have to first of all opening and closing tags PHP. Then I'm gonna have my include right here. Include. I'm gonna include the common.php. Then I'm gonna say name equals post. There it is. And I'm gonna have me name here. So it's what it is. Then I'm gonna copy this and 2 more fields, because in the C# script we have only 3 fields. So maybe you would like to have a nickname. You can do that very easily now. You can just add here another field and have that pass to the server side really easily. Just give it another variable and everything is set for you. It's that simple. So I'm gonna have me password here. So password must be this string right here, as I've said 100 times, must be the same with this right here, this string that we're querying. And then I'm gonna have me IP. So IP, get IP. Those are the variables that we have in the C# script. Those are the variables that we will feed to the database. Now I'm gonna say link equals db connect, which is a function that we are deriving from common PHP that we use to connect to the database. Then we will say name equals strip slashes. So we will strip the slashes for the same variable. For the same variable, storing into the same variable. Very important. Then I'm gonna have me password here. Then we will have the IP. So let's have password right here. Okay. Now we will have the same thing for the IP. Okay. Then I get IP equals MySQL I real escape string. So this function is from PHP. You can find it into the documentation. We should feed 2 variables here. The first one is the connection to the database. So it is the link variable, and of course the field get IP. Then I'm gonna have that same for the name and the password. So let's have name here and password. Okay, moving on, another variable to check if we have queried successfully. So MySQL I underscore query, okay, link. Then I'm gonna say select star from login system DB, which is the name of the database, where name equals the variable name, which is the variable that we are passing from the C# script in Unity. Then I'm gonna say or die. So or die the MySQL error, which is a function that shows the error from the connection, some problem, maybe you don't have internet, or maybe something went wrong with the server, or maybe with the host, doesn't matter. Then we're gonna have numRows variable, which is going to store MySQL I numRows for this variable here. Check. So we're gonna check for rows, and same like in the register, we're gonna check if numRows is 0, then we're gonna have to die. So I'm gonna say user and probably give it a color. So we will feed the description with a colored name, so it differs from the text. Maybe some orange color. Let's find a hex orange color code. Probably this color. Okay, so I'm gonna have user color equals this color, so name, and I'm gonna say here color with closing. Wait, okay, another double quotes. So color, we're closing the color here, does not exist. So if numRows is 0 for the given name, then that person doesn't exist. And probably new line. Okay, fine. Then I'm gonna say else password, and we are going to hash the password. And I'm gonna say while loop and we are going to loop through the rows. So while row is equal to MySQL I underscore fetch underscore assoc. So we will fetch from the check variable. So we will fetch this right here. Let's fetch it. So check, and I'm gonna say while row equals MySQL I fetch assoc from the checking variable, which is MySQL I query. And then in the while loop, I'm gonna have an if statement which checks if password is equal to the row with the field password. Then I'm gonna have user ID variable will store the row ID. Okie doke. And then I'm gonna say that in the same if statement, I'm gonna say echo log. Let's just check what we have done here. So it should be the same, this exact same string, which we are checking here with split to split the results. So I will have this exact same string, copy it from here and have it here. So echo login done. So the person is successfully logged in. Then I'm gonna separate the information. So I'm gonna say echo that guy. Then I'm gonna say echo row. So I'm gonna give it the name, and I'm gonna copy this to, I'm gonna feed it with the name, also with the score. So we have name, email, score, status, IP. So this is going to be the email. Then I'm gonna have me score and status, and last but not least, I'm gonna say another one of these. So we have name, email, score, status, and then the IP. But for the IP, we should check another if statement. If IP, if the IP equals to 1, here's the thing that we are giving for the IP. So also I have left a comment here that we will check with this if statement. So that's why I left a comment here, because I'm doing that in the PHP script to check if the IP is 1. So if the IP is 1, then, which is this this number right here, you can say 2, you can say 3. It's just for checking purposes. So the if statement will pass. Then we're gonna have echo, and we will echo the row for the IP. Okie doke. Then I'm gonna echo another like that. Okay. after this if statement, I will have else. So else die. We're gonna say password is incorrect. New line. And I'm gonna close the connection. So I'm gonna say MySQL I underscore close the connection link. Okay. So that would be it for the login script. So okay, we have our query ready. In the next video we will probably upload these to the host, to the file manager, so we can include the links in our game here. So we will be including those right here: login PHP URL, register PHP URL. So stick around, see you in the next video, and goodbye. Hello and welcome to the second video of the fourth session, where we are writing our PHP scripts, and now I'm going to upload them to the server here, as I've mentioned. So I will have my PHP scripts and upload them here. Actually, I can't do that, so let's just go back and upload. Make sure, okay. Let's load. Okay. Now I'm gonna drag and drop my PHP scripts here and upload them. Now we have our scripts on the server. So let's go in Unity. In scenes, I will have another scene, which I'm going to give it a name as first level scene. Also control, so hold Control, Shift and B, and the build settings will pop up. So drag and drop the login and the first level scene here. So now in the first level scene, it is just empty scene. I will have, just for the sake of simplicity, a 3D object, a cube. I'm gonna create material, give it a color, something like that, more metallic, and apply that to the cube. So okay, let's have that for our first level. Let's assume this is the first level of your game. And now we should parse. So let's go back into the login scene and go into login controller. So here the next level should be the name of your first level scene. Or maybe if you have a menu, I'm sure that you should go from login to menu and then to play the game. So, but now I'm just gonna use simple plain scene with one cube just for reference. Now I'm gonna have that here, the login PHP URL. So open that and let's see here. I should move common get IP login register. So I have common get IP login register. Okay, now I'm gonna open the login, copy that URL. So we will need this URL for the login, paste it here, then go up one level and open the register script. So we have a syntax error, t variable on line 5. Let's see what's that. Link equals db connect, parse error, syntax error, unexpected link. Okay, we will resolve this. Now go into login controller, then we have the URL for the login here and a secret key. Now the secret key is from 1 to 9. That's the same secret key for saving the info, and I'm gonna have that secret key here. Okay, now we are all set here. Let's try to maybe log in and let's see if we will have some errors. So the host name could not be parsed. Register. Okay. Unexpected link. Okay, so it seems that we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. So we will try to resolve that in the next tutorial, so stay tuned, and we will do that in the third video where we will do a recap of what we have done in the last videos for the fourth session. So stay tuned and let's try to correct this error in the PHP script. Hello and welcome to the last video of this series where we are writing our PHP scripts and doing server-side programming. Now from the last video we have made probably some mistakes in the PHP scripts, so let's resolve them. Now let's check again. Let's go to, and it's gonna say syntax error unexpected because we forgot here to add that right there. Then I'm gonna check again. Okay, another syntax error, so unexpected comma. That's probably because I forgot dots, so we have here dot on the ones on this side, but we should have another one here, also here, and here, and here. Now let's save this and check again. So those are the syntax errors that I have made in the register PHP script. Now we will write one more script that will be the save info.php script for saving the info for our user. So of course PHP script, and let's get started. So we will include again here common.php, include that, but with as a string. Then I'm gonna say again link equals to db connect function, and let's move on. Now db, we should make a separate connection here, equals mysql I underscore connect. That's the connection function that PHP gives us. So we're gonna have here these parameters, so let's just copy them and have them right here. So that would be it. MySQL I connect to the database, and now let's go with if. So we will say if the result if not result, let me just check here. So we have result, save info, link, db connection. That's the db connection. Now we should store the result in a variable which will be mysql I underscore query, and it's gonna have the db connection as first parameter, dbcon, and then we will have the query. Actually we should, because we want to save the info, so we want to save the score. I told you in previous tutorials that you can have anything but score. You can have hearts, you can have diamonds, anything that your game suggests to have. And I'm gonna have here a query coding, so select, we're gonna select score from the database name, which is login system DB. So select score from login system DB. Then I will check if the result is not true. Then we will say die, and we will kill it with could not do the query. And the second parameter will be MySQL error. Then we have hash equals safe. Safe is the function that we wrote in common PHP. So the function actually takes the variable and adds slashes and trims if it has some unnecessary characters. So safe, we will have post method, the hash. So we will be posting the hash. Then I'm gonna have name equals 3 slashes, name. Okay, now for same for name equals my SQL I underscore real underscore escape underscore string. So the first parameter here will be link, and we will have post method with name. So let's move on. Now we will have the same code, exactly the same, just for score. So let's have score right here. Also this variable here will be score, and change the placeholder score. Also we will have this for type. So let's have type equals this guy right here, escape string type, and then I will have exact code for me IP. So IP and then I will have my IP right here in the placeholder. Okie doke. So then, as we did here with we are comparing the hash from the C# script, this right here, with the hash that comes from the server side. So I'll have another variable which will be real hash. So real hash equals MD5, and I also told you not to use MD5 if you're developing a commercial project. So please use please use other algorithm like Argon, which is the best as it says on Quora, maybe PBKDF2, script or bcrypt, but I know that for Argon you have .NET framework and you can use it also in PHP script. So if you're developing a commercial project, do not use MD5. But for this tutorial and to keep it simple, we're going to use MD5. But the procedure and everything goes the same for each hashing algorithm, but you can have different code in the C# script. So this code here might differ, but it's not a big deal because you're sending the input from here and just then hashing the string. So it's the same principle for everything. Now let's have the name with, so we are going to hash the real hash equals MD5 name and the secret key, which we derive from the common PHP script. That's the exact same that we're hashing right here. That's the exact same thing that we're hashing right there. Okay. Now I'm gonna say SQL variable which will hold a string. I'm gonna say update, which is SQL language, and we need to update the informations in our database and we are gonna say set score like that. Set score to be equal to score where name equals name. Variable name, where name equals name. Okay. Then I'm gonna check if real hash is the same as the hash from the C# script. Then I'm gonna check if type equals to 1, and also and MySQL I underscore query MySQL I underscore query, and I'm gonna feed it with the DB connection and the SQL, which is the DB connection and the SQL right here, our SQL query, which updates the login system database and sets the score for the player with the respective name. Now in this, by the way, this type here equals 1 because we have it right here, and I have also included a comment for that as well when we were writing the C# code, that this will be to check on the server if we are saving the info for the player. So we are feeding with 1 here, maybe 5, maybe 6, but I'm just giving it 1, and then checking here on the server side if it's 1, and also if the MySQL query is has successfully been run. And now I'm gonna say numRows, which is a variable, to be equal to MySQL I underscore num underscore rows, and feed it with the SQL query. Also echo success and echo MyScore. So I'm gonna echo both those things. Then I'm gonna check if the type is 2. So outside of that if condition, so I'm gonna say if type equals 2, okay, then variable check equals to print f s print f update login system DB, and set the IP to be equal, okay, single quotes, double quotes, dot MySQL underscore real underscore escape string, and this function wants us to feed the DB connection, database connection, as long as the variable that we wanna store. So we're all good right there. And after the double and single quotes, I'm gonna say where name equals single quotes name, and I'm gonna say or die, and I'm gonna die the MySQL error, so we will see what's happening if it's not successful. So I'm gonna echo right here success IP, and that's what we're checking as well here. So this must be the same. If I have here success IP DB, then that's the same name to use here. Let's leave it like that so you can remember it better. Now after all of that, I'm gonna have me MySQL I underscore close, and I'm gonna close, of course, the connection, which is the DB connect right here. Okay, so now we have a way to preserve and to save our user information. As I mentioned before, you can have something other than score. You can have multiple data. Maybe you wanna save diamonds, maybe hearts, maybe coins. Anything is possible, anything countable, you can do it. Just follow this principle and everything will be fine. Other than this MD5 hashing algorithm, I told you multiple times that if you wanna develop a commercial application or commercial game, use some of these for hashing algorithms. So now let's upload our PHP script to the server. So let's go up a level. Let's upload it. It's right here. So let's drag and drop it there. Upload, cancel. Now we have our save info script. Let's see if we have some syntax or maybe logic problems. We don't have any of those. I'm gonna copy my link and feed it to the player info script. Now if I delete this guy right here and open up my save info C# script, I will give it the string here. Also I'm writing comments. Don't forget to add the URL for the PHP script here, which is nice to have comments. You will always remember everything. Or maybe if someone else reads your scripts, he will know what you're doing here. It's really nice to have comments. This is all done, so I will remove this comment and move on. So 20 minutes in. Okay, now let's, so we have everything set up. Let's check if we have some problems. Let's run the game, and okay, we have problems. Invalid URI. the variable player info. Okay, so let's just create an empty game object player info. Here we will give the save info script. Okay, update IP, DB status, score, player name. Let's have that right here. Also, I'm gonna make a prefab folder, prefabs, and drag my player info prefab and make it a prefab, and also the login controller. Okay, now I can remove this and feed my login manager with a player info prefab. Okay, all good now, and let's try to run and see what we have here. So do my coroutine here, and do not forget get IP on awake, request public IP. The host name could not be parsed. Okay, we will resolve that as well. So let's try to register, complete all the fields above because we don't have a valid email address. Okay, let's see right if we have registered the user. Okay, as you can see, we have the user registered, and the password is hashed with MD5 hashing algorithm. Don't do that if you're developing a commercial game or commercial app. Now I'm gonna try to log in. And we are logging you in. But nothing happens. So let's try do not get IP on awake. Let's try like that. So back it up now. Okay, okay, so we have a problem. Everything is fine with the registering, but we have a problem with the login. We cannot log in, so we will actually resolve that in the next session, which is dedicated to test our system, find some possible optimizations, and it is a very good time to do that. Then we will see where I have made a mistake with this, so we will see why I can't log in, but the registering seemed to work. So let's try again. Register. I'm gonna say Jim, email, also a password that works. Okay, but the logging in doesn't work. So we will see what we can do about that in the next video, so stay tuned and keep watching. So this is the end of session 4. Thank you and see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome to our session 5 of this project where we are building a login and register system. And in this session we will be testing our system, also look at some possible optimizations, and that would be it for this session. So let's get to test our system and see if we have some problems and how we can resolve them. So it's the most important part of every project because we need to test before we give the product to our clients. So let's get into it and stick around and see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome to the first video of the 5th session of our project where we are building login and register system. Now let's test our system and let's see how it will go. So first thing to do is I'm going to open up my server side where we were writing all of our PHP scripts, and I will have it open so if we can, because if we have some problems, then if we need to change something here in the server side on the backend, then we should do it here. Now let's test our system. So I'm going to hit play. That's working, getting public IP. Now also I will open up my PHP myadmin 4. So just that I can see here. Now let's register. And let's try if that works. So I'm going to first I'm not going to insert a valid email. Let's try like that. So it says complete all the fields above, but when I do, and getting the response from database, and we should have our next user, which is cool. Now let's log in and let's try if that works. Okay, here we are, first level. So everything works fine. If you have some problems, please write to me. I will try to resolve as all the errors that you have and help you with debugging and finding bugs and how to resolve them. So thank you for watching. This is a short video, but we're near the end of the series. So next video is how to improve for better optimization and improve our system overall. So we will look at few functions that we can use in other places and that we do not have to write them in separate scripts, so we don't write the same code twice, which is a bad thing to do. So stick around and see you in the next video. Bye. Hello and welcome. And in this video we will look at possible optimizations that we can do in order to make the system more versatile. So I'm going to create a C# script and I'm going to rename it to hashing algorithm, or maybe just hashing data, and I will open it in IntelliJ Writer. So in save info script we have this public static string where we are hashing a string, a data, in order to preserve the information and hash it, and we're doing the same thing in register. So, and using the functions in an IEnumerator and also in another IEnumerator, same thing in the register. So to avoid duplicating ourselves, we are just going to take this function and have it here. Also, I'm going to, let me just check. So we have collections, generic. Okay, important to have using system.text. Now I'm going to use this wherever I need. If I have some other things to do in this same system, I would probably use this for all cases that I would have, and whenever I need it, I'll just borrow it from here. So let's do that now. Let's say hashing data dot md5 sum, this right here, and we will do the same thing here. Save my script. Also I'll do that here and also here. Okay, now remove this, no longer needed. So we have this script working just fine. Now let's check if we didn't crash the system. So let's check if everything is fine. Let's register. Okay, password, everything is fine. We have our user registered. Now let's log in. Logged in, we have our player info working. Everything is just as it needs to be. So that's for this video, and we're just near the end of this project, so hopefully see you in another project, and please watch the ending videos and see you soon. Bye. Hello and welcome. And in the previous two videos we have tested our system, and I thought we could do an optimization, so we did optimization on the hashing algorithm, and it turned out great. So we haven't got any problems there. We have made a script which will take care for the hashing You can of course have another hashing algorithm, as we have talked in the previous tutorials and sessions, that this hashing is not really great right now in 2018, so you should probably use Argon 2 hashing algorithm and be safe, because MD5 is cracked and they have cracked the algorithm, and they can actually unhash the algorithm, the string that we are delivering to the database, and actually steal the user data. So please, for commercial projects, use another hashing algorithm. Also, we have tested our system in the first video of this session. So we tried to register and log in, and everything went perfect, so we have no problem there. And so that's what we did in this session. In the final 6th session, we will do a project recap, where I will be talking what we have done in the previous 5 sessions. So stick around and let's finish on a good note and have probably use in your game, integrate it into your game, into your projects for your own personal use, or maybe if you want to develop a serious AAA game and present it to the world and to the Play Store or App Store, because as you know, Unity is really versatile and can build for many platforms. So thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next session, where we will be doing a project recap. Thank you and bye. Hello and welcome to the final session of our project, where we were building login and register system for your game in Unity. In this video, last video, I will talk about what we have done in the previous sessions. So let's get into it. Now, first of all, we have started with setting up our UI elements for the login UI and the register UI. Then, after we placed our UI elements on the canvas, we have proceeded to programming and C# scripts for our login and register, as well as some few other things like login manager for managing our login overall, also saving the info for the player that will play the game, script where we take care of the loading effect for the circle, which tells us the state of the database, hashing data, which was our last C# script that we wrote for optimizations, of course. And then after coding in C# language for Unity, then we have proceeded to setting up our game objects, all of our UI, and also the player info prefab, the animations for login and register, as well as description text and black background image for when we log in and actually the next level is played. So those kind of things. So that's what we have done in the second session actually. Now also I'm going to talk about this third session where we were finishing our login system, and also wrote few other C# script in that session and finished our login system overall. Then we came to the part where we were writing PHP code, actually the server side of our login system, and we wrote a few scripts that take care of the login and register logic, and also how to get the IP address from the player in order to have it, and how to save the info for the player, and also our SQL table. We took care of everything on the server side. Here we have phpMyAdmin tool to store our data. Also here we have our host, where we have our scripts that we are using in the game object that is by name login controller, which controls everything in the login system. And after that we have proceeded to the stage where we were almost done and tested our system, as well did some possible optimization with the hashing data. We learned how we can have it in separate script and use it whenever we want to hash data, not just copy and paste this code and use it in each and every script, which is bad to do. It can lead to spaghetti code, and it's really bad. And then after we did the optimizations, we did a recap of everything. Now we are doing a project recap. So a few last words to say about this system is that it's very versatile and you can change it for your own game. You have now you have the scripts ready for you. You can modify them easily. You can have here, as I've mentioned in the previous videos, you can have anything you want and anything your game actually needs to have. Like if it has score but maybe it doesn't have score, it might have you need to collect hearts in the game, so you would probably have integer hearts, and you will have integer diamonds, whatever you have, and then use all of that information, also change it here, and you're good to go. So then in the save info you will save here in the database, add a form, add a field, and you're good to go. Also change a few things here. Just follow the same principle and you will go places. Also this I want to talk again about the MD5 hashing algorithm. If you're developing a high level app, maybe application that it for the users is very confidential to store the data, and they do not want to share the data with other people, or maybe they want to restrict the data that they are sharing, you should use another hashing algorithm than MD5. I have read that Argon 2 is the best hashing algorithm for 2018. So that's what you should use. So here it is, Argon 2 is the winner of the password hashing competition, and you should be considered as your first choice for new applications. So please do that if you're developing a commercial project. So be aware of that very much. And I wanted to show you a system which you can easily adapt to, and maybe in the future improve it, and maybe write me an email and say, hey, I have improved your system and you could have done better with the login code. I have wrote a better code for the login, or maybe better code for the register, maybe better PHP scripts. That is all fine, because the programming language C# and the programming language PHP are evolving each and every day. So it's fine to have better systems in the future. It would be great for me if I can hear some other opinions on the login and register system. Would be great to know some few tricks how we can manipulate some things differently and how to approach them differently. Maybe some smarter way to do things. It's all on you, but for now this is a great starting point where you can just start and go from here and start building your login and register system. Start creating games. Be humble and just do things as you imagined, and build your dream game. Just go for it. Do not hesitate. There are a lot of tons of informations on the internet on how to do things, how to program, how to manipulate things in Unity, and lights and 3D models and animations and rigging, skinning. Everything is there for you. Just go and reach for it. So thank you very much for watching my approach on the login and register system. Thank you very much for watching the this project where we are building the login and register system. Thank you very much for watching, and see you in the next project. I don't know what it will be, but it will be a great project as this one was. So stick around and please watch the videos and my next projects. Please follow me and learn something new from me. Maybe one day I will learn something new from you. Nobody knows that. So thank you very much for following and watching, and take care. Bye.